J-Bone Nation, shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester, the court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
All right. Welcome to the docket presented by Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and I'm joined by my amazing, fantastic, hilarious co-host, Jay Bird. What's up, man?
What's up, Bob? How are you?
I am fantastic. I had a nice, not relaxing Mother's Day weekend. A lot of softball tourneying with young Scout, who was very dominant, I must say. She was
nice.
She's small but mighty, man. You know, the kid can
awesome.
she can rake. She can really hit. How was your Mother's Day, man?
Like, it was very good. She still got poison oak, so she is basically in the bath all the time. However, she was very excited because I got her some tickets to for Mother's Day to Santana and the Counting Crows at Jones Beach here on Long Island. So I think she's happy for that. So we're both excited for that.
Look, everyone, Jay's going to go out of the house again. It's always exciting to hear that Jay's leaving the house. I'm always thrilled that he's putting his big boy pants on and just going to take those steps outside into the wild wilderness of
scary out there, man.
It is scary out there. So good morning, everybody. We've missed you over the weekend. Welcome back. On my channel, Jay's got all the fun little sound bites. I've got some, but nothing is grand as Jay. So welcome back. We've missed you.
I might have it, Bob. Hold on. Let's see.
Perfect.
Let me see it. Hopefully this works. I set it up this morning. So can you hear it on your end or no?
I heard it. I heard a bit of it. Oh, yeah. It's a little choppy.
All right. I'll have to get it on your page. We'll figure this out, folks.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right. So I'm glad he hopped on a little early because we have a very special guest today. And he's coming to us from the great state of California. So he's up super bright and early and looking crisp, I might add, looking like he's done, probably at least 1,000 jumping jacks, probably 400 push-ups, looks incredibly clean and showered, brilliant attorney, host of both True Crime Daily and his new project, Courtroom Confidential, which is a YouTube channel, which we will be dropping the link in our chat. Make sure that you're subbing to everything that our guest I'm about to pull on creates, because it's all great. I've been on True Crime Daily with him a bunch of times. We always have fascinating conversations. He's got a great legal mind. So without further ado, let's bring Joshua Ritter on. What's up, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Josh?
I'm very good. Yeah, it's a little early here on the West Coast, but I'm excited about it. I'm surprised you knew all about my morning routine. How did you know about my?
I mean, look at you, man. You're like a Greek god. You're like a Greek god. Look at you, man. You're fantastic. So super excited to have you for a lot of reasons. First and foremost, your legal acumen. Like I said, anytime we do your show, True Crime Daily together, we always have phenomenal conversations. You always ask great questions, and we dig into, like basically every case that's going on out there. So I was excited to have you on for this. Because Jay and I love this trial, and it's such an interesting trial because there's, it's one of those rare occasions where you have the defense who's laid its theory of defense out long before trial starts, which is very unusual. Coming into this thing, what was your take on this in general?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And thank you again for having me on the stream, because I watch your stream as often as I can. And I'm always sitting there going like, oh, that's a great point. Or let me jump in and say this. So I appreciate actually being here for it.
Perfect.
That's an excellent point that you make, though, because usually the defense keeps all of their cards close to their chest, and it's a lot of surprises. They respond, right? They're going to see what the prosecution does first. and then they respond with their theory. But this we knew about for months. If you've been watching this, even casually, we knew what their defense was going to be. And I will say this, it is bold, and I think it's a kind of shoot for the moon defense, because it's not even, it's one thing to say my client didn't do it, or my client didn't do what you're accusing me of. But it's another thing entirely to say, not only did my client didn't do it, I'm going to actually present to you who did do it, a theory of who I think did it. And their theory is, I'll tell you this, it's, at first I thought, wow, that is quite a undertaking if you think that you're going to be able to prove that. But they have systematically started to present the foundation of that theory. And it's not just an argument in front of the court with no jury present, but now we're seeing it with the jury through their cross-examination.
Yeah.
And I think they're doing an incredible job. But that theory is bold. And the one risk about it is, I think, as the defense, when you actually present an alternative theory like this, to some extent, you're asking the jurors to put some of the burden on you, because if they don't believe you, then are they going to default to kind of that binary position of, well, I don't believe the defense, so therefore I believe the prosecution was, which, as we all know, is not the decision they really should be making.
Right. Such a great
do I
point.
believe the prosecution or not? But when you have a defense theory, sometimes they think in their heads, well, I have to pick between the two. So
right.
I admire it, but it's high risk but high reward.
Exactly. It really is. And it's so unusual. And really there's like two cases kind of going right now. The Delphi case with Richard Allen in Indiana, they also just kind of threw their entire theory of defense out there. And that one, I think, is even more hard for people to wrap their mind around, because like this in Karen Reed, you've got this kind of conspiracy that law enforcement has this vast cabal of individuals that are all working in, concert together to create this thing where they're framing Karen Reed of this death. And it's like, that's tough for people to get their minds wrapped around. But in that case, you've got some like marauding band of Odinists running around murdering two girls in rural Indiana. And that is even tougher for people to get their minds wrapped around. And in both situations, what you've seen as a result online, and especially in the socials, is a very toxic communities in both of those areas, because this gives people the opportunity to pick sides prior to going into trial, which is very unusual. Typically, we're just hearing the state or the prosecution's theory of the case, is that'll come out either through, a probable cause affidavit, or if they go in during arraignment, and you'll hear what their theory of the case is if they went to a grand jury. And you're not hearing, as you said, anything from the defense. Here, you're hearing both sides of it. And so people have really dug in. And as you can imagine, in this crazy, social media / interwebs world we live in, people can be very adamant about things. And sometimes people have a very difficult time playing nicely with one another, keeping it civil, trying to, like Jay and I are real big on our channel. Look, have your opinions. We love it. We're not trying to have an echo chamber, but keep it respectful, keep it civil, put a cogent argument together for your position, and go with that instead of calling people names. So, yeah. and our mods are amazing. We've been able to create a community here where our chat, I think they would all tell you that they're all feeling safe in here. We have what we consider to be a safe harbor for people to come in, no matter what side you're on this thing, and voice your opinion. And this case has just been amazing. And one of the reasons it's so amazing is that I think it's the first time that a lot of people have been able to watch Alan Jackson at work. And you, my friend, have a little bit of history with the lawyer that we affectionately call Ajax. Why don't you tell the people how you may or may not know Alan Jackson.
me and AJ, which everybody, myself included, knows him by. I've known him for a long time. I was thinking about it this morning. The way I met AJ was I was a law clerk in the DA's office before I was even hired or graduated from law school and hired as an attorney there. And he was prosecuting Phil Spector at the time, and I was his law clerk during that trial, which was incredible to experience and to watch him. He's, as you can tell, he's incredibly talented, and being able to watch him and put together that case, which was a very high profile case at the time. This is kind of pre YouTube internet streaming of all of it, but still a tremendous amount of interest in that case. And then when I got hired at the DA's office, he was still one of the lead prosecutors there. We knew each other. We stayed in touch. He left the office, and 2 years later, I left the office and immediately joined his firm as a defense attorney. And so I've known him. Then I was at his law firm for about 7 years as a defense attorney. So I've been able to see him practice on both sides of the courtroom. I've practiced on both sides of the courtroom. He's been a mentor and close friend of mine for a very long time. So it's fun to watch him. I've since left the law firm and gone out on my own with my brother, actually, still practicing criminal defense, but just doing it from a different office. But it's been fun to watch him go through this whole thing, just kind of knowing him personally and kind of knowing the things that are probably going through his mind as he's going through all of this. But I got to say, him and Yannetti have put on a tremendous display of legal acumen and just being masters. It's a masterclass in trial work. I'll say this too. I know Liza Little. We hired her straight out of law school to the law firm. The law firm's name is Worksman, Jackson and Quinn. So she's sitting in court, and I applaud her as well. She's doing some tremendous work. And I saw her take a witness the other day on cross-examination. Yeah.
She got her first cross the other day. It was great. So
I actually have if that's okay, Bob, I got a question because I've been thinking about this. I got two attorneys here, and probably not many people more than Josh around them that would know the answer to this. We were watching the trial, and on Friday it ends on the direct of a key witness. So I'm curious. It ends. You got the weekend now, right? What you more than probably most people would know. What is Alan Jackson doing? What did he do this weekend to prepare for this witness? Like, I'm sure he's chomping at the bit to go, but now he's got a whole weekend. Is he getting the transcript of the witness? What went so far, or he's just, like, what is he doing this weekend? And by the way, before you go, let me just say, Tisu says subscribe to Josh channels. Please, everyone, subscribe to the channel. Like Bob said, give it a follow. And go ahead.
Yeah, and Josh, we will be throwing that in the link intermittently. So everybody, please. Josh is, as you can tell, super bright guy, pleasant to look at. He's going to give you the straight dope. So look, follow his stuff. And I hang with Josh. Josh has me on his stuff all the time. So you're going to love his content. Super compelling stuff.
Appreciate that. That's a great question. And I don't know if they're getting dailies, meaning if they're getting the transcript of the trial daily. I know if it's at all possible, they're doing it. What I've noticed is out there in the Commonwealth, they don't have the kind of courtroom stenographer take a courtroom reporter that I'm used to. So I don't know what the turnaround is to actually put that down on paper for them to have something to review. But I would tell you this. One, he was probably, 100%, 90% ready for his cross-examination before that person even took the stand. So then they're taking extensive notes as to what's actually being said, which I imagine very little of it is a surprise to them. But having now the weekend to prepare, I'm sure they went back through with just, picking apart every question that was answered and how they're going to actually respond to that. The only thing I can tell you is that it was probably frustrating to the defense to not be able to stand up and at least get into it a little bit, to leave that in the jurors' minds over the weekend rather than what they heard on direct over the weekend. And it's a long trial. It's probably not going to have that huge of effect, but you're always thinking that way of, I don't want these folks going home and thinking about this over the weekend, and the last thing in their head is what the prosecution put on rather than a point or two I could have made before the break. But I will tell you, they had the long weekend. They got some good rest. They went through their notes with a fine tooth comb, and they're going to be coming, they're going to be spitting fire this morning.
And Bob, one of those points, and I'll let you go, is that the big point I think that they got is that he said that Karen and John never went in the house. They never went in the house, so they're thinking about this weekend. Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
No, and that's a great point, Jay. And the thing that you could really kind of tell towards the end of that direct examination was that Lally was really trying to stretch it out. You could tell he probably could have ended that 15 to 20 minutes earlier than he did, because I thought that what he put on in the last 20 minutes of the direct was of no consequence whatsoever. He was just showing like photographs of the outside of the home, and you could tell he was trying to pull that out. He didn't want Yannetti getting up there, or Jackson, I think is Jackson's going to be crossing him, right? He didn't want him getting in there and doing what Josh had said, just kind of like planting a heavy duty seed that was just going to germinate in the jurors' minds over the weekend. But it did give, and I was talking about this on Friday, it's like there's nothing better than having a big witness on the stand and then having the entire weekend to prep for it. So it's such a huge advantage for whoever's doing the cross, whether it's the state during the defense's case in chief or whether it's the defense during the state's case in chief. So Jackson's going to be ready. And one thing, and I'm keeping an eye on it, Jay, you pull it up also, because you know my tech incompetence. Like, God forbid I'm on the wrong stream.
Right,
like I'm streaming like Fridays, thinking that it's live today.
Well, let me ask you this, Bob. Does it have the thing you were showing me before? Or is it something
No,
different?
so they switched it up. Now I've got the chat up. It's got the
all right, good. So you're good.
I'll
have it on just in case.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you, Josh, about was the advantage of, like, some of the best lawyers you'll see are the guys and gals that have gone out there and done it from both sides, where they've both prosecuted and tried cases as defense attorneys. What kind of advantages do you think that gives an attorney in terms of trial prep and in terms of trial practice, especially because, as you said, cross-examination is an absolute skill. Like anybody can go up there and try to ask questions. To really become a master at it and do it in a way that's incredibly effective is truly a skill that has to be honed over time. And how do you feel that the fact that you've tried them from both sides of the aisle, how do you think that worked out in your favor, or in general works out?
Yeah, I think there is an advantage to it. I mean, just having sat in that same position as the prosecutor, you understand, what it is that's going through their head, how they are likely going to piece together their case. It's not something that, a very seasoned defense attorney who's never been a prosecutor, I think, can do much of the same thing. But having been there and understanding the pressures and concerns and the likely way that they're going to lay out their case just gives you, I think, some advantage as a defense attorney being able to prepare for all of that. But I think the other large part about it is both Alan and Yannetti, just the reps that they've had over a lifetime, a career of being trial attorneys. There's nothing that can kind of replace that. Having been in a cross-examination that you have a judge who's giving you a hard time and sustaining a bunch of objections, and you feel like every avenue you're trying to go down is being shut off to you, and just being able to think on your feet and pivot is something that comes with, like I said, reps. And so that's what you're seeing, I think, here more than anything, is just a couple of attorneys who have been there, done that so many times before, that they're not really going to be fazed by what the prosecution does, or more importantly, what the judge does. And the judge, I think, has run a tight ship. I think the judge, I believe the judge is being fairly even-handed with this whole thing, but still you get frustrated. And it's funny too, I've heard you guys talk about your frustration with this. I have a frustration with it, not knowing the basis for the objections. So we're kind of trying to play a little bit of a guessing game.
Yeah.
But that's difficult for the attorneys too, because I think they know a lot, probably more than we do, where the objections are coming from. But even so, you know, when you have an objection and you're doing a cross and you understand what it's being sustained on, you then know how to change your question to move on from there. But if you don't know what it's being sustained on, you're doing a bit of a guessing game to try to figure it out. But I don't think I've seen it cause them much trouble.
Yeah, me either. And I think that it's an interesting dynamic in the sense that, you know, when she kind of laid that law down with respect to the objections and not giving a basis for it, knowing that they were going to basically, they being the defense, is going to be trying to establish their third party culprit theory through cross-examination. I don't want to say that she did that to kind of hamstring them a little bit, but I'm going to say that she may have done that to hamstring them a little bit in terms of getting it in, because, you know, a lot of times you can tell it's like foundational, or obviously you're going to get a lot of hearsay stuff in there, you know, but it is irritating, you know, and it's not usual. It's not the usual course of business in a court of law. I mean, it's very common for judges to say, I don't want speaking objections, which is,
right,
you know, where the lawyers kind of put in their argument as to why it should be allowed. They don't want that, but it's rare where you'll get a judge that's going to say, look, I don't want a basis. And you always think of it in terms of the appellate process down the road, you know, and I was telling our subs, look, the thing is with that is, if there is no basis and it's regular trial where the judge is expecting a basis for the objection, and the defense attorneys or the prosecutor fails to make the basis of the objection when they get to the appellate process, then it's going to be viewed as waived. If they should be making a basis and they're not making a basis. Whereas with this now gives the appellate court, where they're going to see that the judges forbid them from giving a basis. This gives the appellate court the entire arsenal of all the bases for objections, and they can apply what they see as fit, which I think is a huge disadvantage to defendants in general, because then the appellate court, if they're like, yeah, you know, like, we don't like this particular issue, we want to bounce it, so we're gonna say that this particular basis fit, and we think that it was sustained properly. So there's a lot of different dynamics to it, but it's interesting. It's interesting. So let me ask you this. This is kind of the ultimate question at this point in the trial. Grant, we're 2 weeks into the state's case. Okay, we know that they have, you know, their big charge is obviously the second-degree murder. Okay. And then late in the game, they added the manslaughter charge as an option for the jury to be able to land on. Based on what you've seen, have you seen anything that is getting you even close to moving the needle to, all right, now I'm seeing something with that intent that I need to see for a second-degree homicide? I'm seeing that. Or where are you at with their case in chief thus far? What are you feeling?
I mean, short answer, no. I mean, and I've always thought that was the problem. And to me, that was the biggest, the strongest point for the defense is the intent element here, as you point out. End of the day, I mean, let's say the prosecution gets out exactly what they want to get out from these witnesses, that she said, I hit him, and that she, you know, let's say they're able to prove that somehow she knew that her vehicle had collided with him before she took off that evening. To me, that still does not a murder make out of all of this. They still have to prove what was going on between her ears, as far as she knew she did it. She knew she left him somehow mortally wounded, and in spite of all of that, took off to leave him to die in the snow. And that's where I think they're falling short. Is at best, I think so far they may have proved that she had a suspicion that she may have been involved, that her worst nightmare came true, that perhaps, you know, she was involved, but that's again a real obstacle to me as far as the intent element, which was curious to me because I thought that would have been the defense strategy all along. Is we don't care where you fall on all of this, folks. Where you can't fall is to believe that she actually intended for this to happen, or was so reckless in her behavior she didn't care if it happened, because obviously even just her demeanor the morning after seems like someone who's just for the first time realizing the tragedy of what took place.
Absolutely.
Frantic. She's frantic. She's
yeah. It strikes me as genuine. You know, like anything that I've seen from the dashboard cams with her just running around like a chicken with her head cut off is exactly what I would expect somebody to be reacting like if they just found their loved one laying dead in somebody's front yard, you know? So it's I'm with you. I think Jay and I are both with you. We're waiting for that intent portion to come. And we haven't seen it yet. And it seems to me that the only way that they're going to be able to get it in is that they're going to be really, really relying on these voicemails and text messages from Karen to John O'Keefe in the early morning hours where she's bitching at him, like, where the hell are you? You know, and like that to me.
That's not, I mean, people get to fights all the time. We're going to say every time someone gets to fight, that means that they're going to murder someone. I mean, that seems like a stretch to me. I mean, even if they're real, I mean, unless she's saying, I'm going to kill you, like how, like, oh, I'm really mad at you is enough to get murdered. And that doesn't sound like it to me. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, I've got it up. It's like, aren't you watching? So we've got it up. I think they've got the sound off in the courtroom thus far. I believe that I am
sidebar, Bob. Yeah, I think it's no
sidebar. All right. So yeah, and as far and remember, the defense has no burden here. I mean, to go to Josh's point though, when you kind of throw it out there in terms of, look, this is who we're saying did it. It does create that burden for the defense. Like, even though it's not technically their burden in the minds of the juror, which is all that matters in trial, it in their minds, they're like, all right, well, they're throwing this thing out there and they're just not proving it to me, because that's human nature for us to think they're not proving it. You know, they're not worried. Yes, they'll hear the jury instructions and they'll be instructed that the burden is entirely on the state and what the burden is. But once the defense kind of starts pointing the finger specifically at other people, in the minds of the jury, it's going to do exactly what Josh was saying it will do, which is create this thing. Okay, I've got two theories here. Am I believing this one or am I believing that one? And if I believe this one less than I believe that one, I'm going to go with one that I believe just a little bit more, which is really not meeting the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. So that is the danger in it. That is the absolute danger in terms of what they're deciding to do. But like you said, high risk, high reward, you know, because they could have easily have gone in without necessarily leaning into any specific third-party culprit and just kind of fought to get to, you know, look, they can't meet their burden, you know, just that. But like the problem with that always with defendants is if you limp in to a not guilty by way of the state just didn't meet their burden, that defendant is going to be walking around in the world with half the people who thought that she was guilty of it, still thinking that she's guilty of it. So it's like you said, it is super high risk, but if they can get to the point where they're able to nail it, you know, and they can really point out something that's going to be devastating, and it's going to have to come down to the forensics for them. It's going to have to come down to the 2:27 a.m. Google search, how long to die in the cold. So, all right.
So we're all set to begin? Yes. Okay. Bring the jurors over.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. Can I unmute?
You are unmuted.
By the way, we've thought Alan Jackson has been good without an extra 2 days of prep. I could just imagine how good he's going to be today. And, you know, Josh, one thing we've noticed, because we watched a lot of trials together, and, you know, I don't know if you watched Vallow with the attorney there, but Alan Jackson is so good at doing his cross in a way where he doesn't come off combative. He doesn't come off like a jerk to me, or I think to the jury. I just think he does it in such a way that he's just brilliant. I don't know. He's one of the best attorneys that I've watched so far. I mean, I'm not an attorney, obviously, but he just doesn't.
Both of them are, Jay. Yannetti and Jackson both are like, and to Jay's point, Joshua, is that we will see in our chat typically in 90% of, you know, the comments, they're like, "Oh, I hate this defense attorney. He's so demeaning." You know, they just come across as like
condescending.
Assholes. Yeah, and like neither of these guys do that. And I told the subs coming in, I'm like, you guys are gonna love these defense attorneys because they don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, on top of it, he's incredibly media savvy. This is in his first trial in front of cameras. So he knows he's being watched as well and how that's being perceived. I mean, first and foremost by the jurors, but also just by everyone. And just having, like you said, that light touch that appears as though you're being incredibly polite and friendly, but you're really just chopping the person up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So good at it.
Bit by bit.
Yeah.
So what has your feeling on Judge Bev here been? You feel like
hear ye. All parties having anything to do before.
Like I said, she runs an incredibly tight ship. She seems like she has very little patience for kind of nonsense and not having things done her way. But I think the jurors are receiving her as being very fair-minded in the way she's been handling it. I think she's been fair-minded, to be totally honest.
I do too.
Do anything outrageous.
I do too. I said that, you know, because
so I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to
like typically
follow the instructions and refrain from
I try to tell people, like, as defense attorneys, we're accustomed to losing objections, to losing motions.
It's from doing any
part
independent research or investigation into this case since we're not
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
When we get a break, I'm curious to know Josh's thoughts on the district attorney and how he's presenting his case. A lot of comments in the chat are repetitive, boring. Yeah, that's mostly it. But I'm curious to get your thoughts, I guess.
Lack of enthusiasm. Yeah, we'll get into it more.
I do. Thank you.
Oh, he's got his zip up again. Is that the same thing? Wearing the same thing?
His Mr. Rogers, he doubled down on that.
He's like Wendy Adelson, folks. He's got the same court outfit for every day.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this process is not the first time you've testified in the court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath?
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time?
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time, no.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No,
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
no.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
Okay, that was my
Semantics.
question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Oh
Tell me
boy.
about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here at the DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just,
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Remember a part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No, you
No.
can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And, well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase,
Physically. I mean, you can joke with words.
right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay.
Like a clown? Was it funny like a clown?
Did you ever show him
to
how to throw a
amuse you?
punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low? When you're either...
All right, real quick, Josh, like Jay and I both felt like that video speaks for itself. These are clearly two guys just messing around with each other. There was no anger being displayed. Like, I think like Alan's kind of dragging this particular point out a little too long. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I it's kind of juice worth the squeeze sort of a deal, but and again, he's trying to get him to use his own words, and I just don't think it's going to happen. But what's also funny to me is, you know, Jay, you pointed out Alan had all weekend to prepare. Well, so did this witness. And some of these questions are not exactly surprise questions. You knew he was going to be asked about this stuff, and I thought he would have a better answer. Call it horseplay. Call it, move on. Make it sound like it's kind of a joke getting into it, but he's almost making it sound like it's more important than it is from the way that he's evasively answering these questions.
Right. Beautiful.
Aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose, no.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around? Grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have, I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No,
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
no,
You stick by that testimony?
yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No,
You've never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
no,
You're aware that your wife testified before you?
yes,
Did you I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
no,
So she came home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up?
no. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
yes,
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
what's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
a pretty good drive, you'd say.
Yes.
Consider that a road trip?
Yes.
How long?
Yes.
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes.
What was the location?
The hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I
Little bit of
think
horse
Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes.
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No.
Did her name ever come up?
No.
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
No.
during that entire day.
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you. You saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
You were situated at a high top table, right?
Yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
He was standing right next to you in the video clip.
All right, real quick. So this to me is the first time, and again, remember that the defense was not allowed to bring up the third party culprit like concept at all. They weren't allowed to bring that up in their opening. So I've been talking to Jay through the course of this trial. The jurors are sitting there wondering, why do we care about what happened inside this house? Why do we care about the relationships between Alberts and Proctors and Alberts and Higgins? That question right there, I thought, in terms of him asking, and he got it out there. So Brian Higgins did not talk to you about him texting Karen Reed and them flirting via text messages over the past couple of weeks. That's a first, it's the first question I've heard that kind of thrown out there. What do you, Josh, in terms of if you're trying to get your theory out there through cross, I mean, those are the kind of questions you need to be asking, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think they have that theory out. I think they've had that theory out there since opening statements. I mean, I was actually surprised, given the judge's rulings, how much they were able to get away with during even their openings. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to say, listen, folks, there was a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of people involved in this whole thing. And a lot of those folks have to do with that house where he was found. And you're right. They've been slowly kind of hinting at it and, poking at it with their cross-examination so far. But this question is another one that continues to tie together all of those dots that they laid out in opening statement.
Yeah, because this one, I think, really kind of gets to the heart of where they're going with this thing. Like this thing between whatever was going on between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed was the impetus of whatever may have happened in that house that night. So let's see how this develops.
What you saw.
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you, and you two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No,
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
no.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant. And I would consider him to be a co-worker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family. And I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there,
yes,
or Miss Little.
right.
At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe
Not in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes,
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
yes,
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
yes,
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
no,
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
yes,
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
yes,
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
no, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes,
You'd read the whole thing,
yes,
and you don't recall making that statement.
no,
Are you sure?
Hey, Jay.
Yes, and I'll see counsel.
Edit that one
Piper
for you,
when
Bob.
leave
So you got
with the
that now
witness.
for any time you want.
Love it.
Just please take a look at that.
sure.
All right. So while he's refreshing his recollection, so what he's doing right here, Joshua, is he's setting up the impeachment, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Prior inconsistent statements. This is something I love that AJ does too. If you guys watch, he will take sometimes 5 to 10 minutes to set up one gotcha type question to make one point to the jury. And it never feels like it's dragging, but he is I mean, we're going back to, didn't you testify at this hearing? And wasn't it true that you testified at that hearing? And at this time, didn't you in fact say such and such? And on and on and on, this huge dramatic buildup to essentially make one point. If through this entire cross-examination, he might make half a dozen points and the whole thing will go on for an hour and a half. It doesn't seem like he's dragging it on. He's just building it up so that by the time you get to the payoff, it makes what might be even kind of a small point seem huge to the jurors.
Yes.
Yeah, Coach Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollections to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I've met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence, I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer
I don't know
that,
how
Mr.
the
Albert?
prosecutors just.
I believe I qualified my first sentence with his second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident. Isn't that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior, yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people, yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there, correct?
Yes, she was.
In fact, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second.
Josh,
Tell
one thing
me
we
if
talk
you're
about,
familiar
Lally
yourself
never
with the
fronts
property,
bad
Yes.
facts.
May I
He
approach?
leaves his witnesses
Yeah.
out there to get a
Actually,
beating
I don't
every
use it.
single
Stay
time.
there.
Yeah, really good point.
Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
I published this, Your Honor.
Okay, is it already in evidence or you?
Your Honor, I'm sorry,
So you put it in evidence first and then you
I
publish it?
have that marked as next in order,
Yes.
and then
Now, this is a
Thank
fact
you.
I was not aware of. This, the usual suspects at the Hillside Bar on the 22nd of January. This is, to me, new intel.
And And to your point
And
before, Bob. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
No, I was going to say, and again, I mean, I don't know how impactful this is to her
Yes.
guilt or innocence, but it's making it sound like this is a huge point being
You see
made.
that photograph?
Right.
It's the same photograph
Right.
that you're looking at in front of you.
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach John?
Yes.
And again, it just makes it so much worse when it's
Mr.
coming
Albert.
out like this, deceitful, as opposed to just saying, hey,
Who
yeah,
took the
we
photo?
went to the bar a week before. It's not a big deal.
Right.
But
Yeah,
now
I don't know.
Watch the game.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo, you're literally staring right at her, correct?
I
Wow.
don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think you could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, 2 sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
We can turn the lights back on,
Are
please,
you
and take the photo
sure?
down.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No,
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
no,
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
right,
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
right,
You obviously didn't take it.
right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim,
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John, right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Baseball cap on, correct?
Yes,
I don't need it. No.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, right?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture. I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him. No.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time. Yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowry's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before. Correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response. No.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response. Yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, Your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury? Or?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds.
The old
Would you just
waterfall
play this?
bar.
And I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right
I feel like I've
corner.
drank there for years.
I know the layout better than my house right now. I know this layout.
Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Do you recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Can we play it? Stop. Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her. as you answered.
Jeez.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole thing.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So,
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question,
Did
please.
you or did you not?
All right. So Lally prepping this guy has completely shit the bed. There is nothing nefarious about him saying, of course. She was man, like when you were a prosecutor, and obviously all these witnesses have been prepped to refer to Karen Reed as the defendant. Is that a typical prosecutor move?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think stylistically they like to continue to remind the jurors of that that person's on trial here, and none of us should forget that. But yeah, to Jay's point and your point earlier, how easily could this been diffused by saying, I don't know, I may have talked to her. We're all sitting around the bar. I may have looked around, said, anybody need a refresher? Anybody need a new beer? I mean, it's so easily kind of made into a big nothing. But now we're sitting here all on the edge of our seats like it's this huge gotcha moment. And I'll tell you what, it kind of is, because you're so firm on saying never spoke to the woman. Now I've got you on tape saying that you did. Should I therefore not believe anything else you have to say, sir? And that is that if that's going through the jurors' heads, they got huge problems to
It's a
prosecute.
huge win for Jackson, you know,
Yeah.
because like, why be evasive? Like in this
Yeah.
circumstance, why? It's not germane to the issue. It just
Correct.
makes him look like he is being slippery. All right, let's
It's
see.
And it's
something
like-
that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's like Ali said last week, death by 1,000 paper cuts. We're starting to get witnesses who are very clearly being evasive. And like, if we have some sort of conspiracy, well, doesn't seem like, why are they not telling us the truth? Why can't they just
Yeah.
admit that maybe he talked to her at the bar? Why are they all doing this?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what he says. See if he can rebound.
Have conversations with Karen Reed that night.
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have, yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
Can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But that's the words that came, those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house
Well, shit.
at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Oh.
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall.
See, that's a perfect example right there of he doesn't need to rephrase the question because he got it out into the jury's brains and it's percolating in there.
Yeah,
man.
This is one of those examples of he really doesn't care if he gets the answer or not. He's testifying. He's the other witness testifying this morning.
100%.
I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature?
No.
Okay. They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
Not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes, approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way.
Yes.
And then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front?
Yes.
That can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago, so he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
not a small kid.
right.
I mean, bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back,
it was upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin.
Yes, prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
But you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't, no.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lang, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lang for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's
Josh, you think that's a conflict?
Yeah, right.
Blank.
Yeah, right.
I mean, come on, man.
question at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question, no.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house. Right?
That's right, yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes,
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
yes,
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
yes,
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment here.
Yes.
Where you been, Lee? Josh been on with a half hour and a half.
Morning.
Spitting knowledge.
Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, folks.
Definitely. Josh, is Courtroom Confidential up and
Yes.
running? Is the channel up?
Yeah, please check it out.
Everybody should be everybody's got to be subbing over there. I'm going to check.
Show Mr.
I'm
Lally.
going to check before and after.
So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences,
It's a valid
let
excuse.
me know when you're finished.
By the way, I know it's been in the chat, but for folks who don't know, they're not allowed to mention the FBI investigation, or that's why he's like, I'm being very careful when he's describing the different juries. If you didn't see that in the chat,
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
and different testimonies.
Trevor, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes,
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife, who else was in the house that night, aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
that's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that
Ouch.
Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report, which you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. But if that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes,
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No,
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified you never saw him leave. Right?
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things. But you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right,
Ground floor of the house.
right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No,
And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes,
folks in the house,
yes.
Nagel,
Yes. There were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that has been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
But Colin's name was never mentioned, it's left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay, so fine, hypotheticals, let me ask you hypothetically. If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
This guy's praying for a break right now.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a conversation.
Yes.
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
Yes.
She was in earshot.
Yes.
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
Yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, he did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not, no.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Hood, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
No, y'all allow it.
No.
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you in her house when Jen McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jen McCabe.
See, now this is a perfect example in terms of cross-examination why you never have an attorney who knows what he's doing ask this guy why, because that would allow him to come up with some kind of excuse as to why he was there. That's why Jackson's asking these questions in this fashion. He's setting the tone. He's not allowing Albert to take over control of this portion of the cross by asking him, well, why were you there? You never ask a why question, right, Josh?
100%. Yeah, he's doing a really great job of making sure he's controlling exactly where this cross-examination is going. None of these questions being asked he doesn't already know the answer to, and quite frankly, I think he knows a lot of these are going to be objected to, and he just doesn't care. He's creating this narrative through this whole thing that the prosecution has got to just be squirming in his seat. And I don't know how he clears it up at this point.
Me either. And it's glorious to watch.
You knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview, if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me. And then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab a beer?
Yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night?
Ever, including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes.
It's a German Shepherd named Chloe.
Yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No.
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay. But she did bark that night, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs knowing about, right?
Yes.
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
Well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking.
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
Except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not
Right.
mine.
Okay.
Do you stand by those?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2024.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident we were discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident
Yes.
we were discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were
All right.
questions being raised about.
Josh, what's your guess on the basis for that objection?
I think this goes to the judge's kind of original rulings about as far as, you know, what other theories she's going to allow the defense to pursue here. But it really doesn't matter, quite frankly, if the objections are being sustained or not. He's making the points that he needs to make, and he knows he's not going to get these admissions. He's never going to get the admission out of the witness. So he's just happy that the question is getting out at all. Again, this goes back to my point. I mean, look at how much time we've spent on Chloe. If you didn't think, you know, in the hands of a lesser attorney, Chloe may have been 1 or 2 questions. He's now not dragged. When I say dragged, I don't mean to the point of boring everyone. It's gripping stuff, but he's dragged out the questioning on Chloe for so long that the jurors are walking away, I think, thinking Chloe is somehow important here or
Instrumental.
involved.
Absolutely instrumental. Yeah, it's the old you can't unring a bell.
Yes.
You can't unring a bell.
About John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm.
You got something, Jay?
I was just going to say, why not just admit your mixed German Shepherd barks when it hears noises? Why not just admit that? Why is that?
I mean, shepherds bark. You know,
they bark. I mean, anyone who has a dog is like, yeah. When there's people at midnight or later at my house, and then they just came in from outside, heard some noises, they bark. Like
my dog barks like a maniac. Like if a dog's walking by, being walked outside of the house, he's losing his shit. If he sees a squirrel, a bird, you know, anything, he's barking.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
but the
sweetest guy in the world.
evasiveness or perceived evasiveness on the part of the witness makes it, you know, I'm sitting here thinking, what is he hiding about the dog?
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, man, it's crazy. Like Lally just, he did not prep these witnesses properly.
Correct.
Objection.
Don't allow that.
And he's a cop.
Realize
He
that.
testifies.
I heard some talk about it. Yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Tricky.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes,
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2 service that bedroom?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah,
Right, but they're toward the left side of the house.
the windows are, yes. I thought you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't been there. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little, maybe this far,
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
maybe this far.
Maybe.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of through traffic,
No.
not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
No.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives,
No.
sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
Have you seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on?
I'm a
Flashing
very
lights?
deep sleeper.
No.
I'm a very deep sleeper.
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6 a.m.?
No.
Mr. Jackson, I'm a
Again,
very deep sleeper.
Your German
You
Shepherd
need to
was 6
understand I'm a
feet
very
from the
deep
window,
sleeper.
correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said
She's
sleeps
in the portal.
closet area.
She's in the
sometimes.
portal.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Judge, I don't know.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house.
What were you going to say, Josh?
That's just an incredible point to me. I mean, a lot of this I think is a little bit of dramatic flair, and he's taking small points and making them into bigger points. But that to me is not a small point. I just don't. I can't wrap my head around how you're not going to wake up with all of this commotion outside of your house, and then you're never going to step foot outside to see. You've got the entire police force on your front lawn, and you're not going to peek outside and go, everything okay out here, gentlemen? It just, I can't. There's no reasonable explanation that can make me understand that behavior that morning by this gentleman.
Joshua, my wife and I are both very deep sleepers. Just understand that we're very deep sleepers. It's crazy.
Seriously,
man.
Your house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure. Maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8. Maybe 8.
Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so 6 feet.
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged or water damaged due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes.
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
Yes.
There was also some plywood downstairs.
Yes.
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
Yes.
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
Yes.
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
Yes.
heavy weights,
Yes.
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
Yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes. Not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes. I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes.
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
Yes.
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes.
Ouch.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark a video. Let me have just a moment. Yes.
So when you were carrying John O'Keefe's body out of the bulkhead door,
Yeah. Depends on what you're carrying up. Well, how about a dead body? How would that work? Explain that. Walk us through how you would get a dead body out of that basement.
or at least the guy who's been knocked out cold. One of the
Right.
two.
Guys, we got about 1,500 people all together
Mr.
watching.
Jackson, would you like to take the morning recess?
That'd be great. Good time. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Make sure you subscribe to Josh's channel, Courtroom Confidential. Hit the like button while you're here.
Karen looks pleased. Karen looks pleased with the cross thus far.
Yeah.
No, Bob, we have Joe Giacalone right on the afternoon session today.
We do.
I want to ask him, as you know, someone who's been on cross, like it was been, you know, in trials like this, and has been, you know, like does he go after this is all over, go to Lally or whoever and be like, dude, what the hell, man? Like you just why do you why didn't you prep me for this?
Why did you leave me up there to get slaughtered? Why didn't you prep me properly?
Exactly. Like it's
look, I mean, it's death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's exactly like Josh is saying. It's, you know, I mean, like these, what otherwise would be insignificant points take on a whole new meaning for the jurors when he seems so damn evasive.
Well, you were right, though. I mean, the fact that he didn't see or have answers prepared for some of these questions is inexcusable. These are not everybody. We've all known. We all could have written half of this cross-examination. We know he's concerned about the dog. We know, you know, the different high points he's going to try to hit with this witness in particular. This is not like they're taking some insignificant witness and turning it towards their advantage. This is a huge witness for the defense. And for them to have not seen these things coming. It maybe they saw them coming and just didn't properly prepare him, but he does not seem like he has answers that are convincing to these questions, and therefore he's coming across as very evasive. And I don't know if he's being evasive or not, but the way he's being perceived is as if he's being evasive,
100%.
which is more important.
Absolutely.
And look, like these inconsistent statements he makes in the various different grand jury testimonies, like they know this. Like he knows this coming in. He knows that Jackson is just going to pound on these things, and yet he doesn't prep him in a way where he just like sometimes you just admit it. Like, look, man, you know, like I didn't have anything to do with it. They asked me a bunch of questions. I wasn't paying attention to every single detail because I didn't remember or I didn't know in the moment that I had to commit everything to memory. You know what I mean? Like just anything that would just be a normal response as opposed to him coming off as just this evasive, slippery guy. And
you're right.
And, you know, and like Jackson made a point of it that he is a cop, that you do testify. People forget it's part of the job. You know, you come in and you testify when your case is making, when your callers come in and they make it into court, you're going to be one of the primary witnesses for the Commonwealth or the state, whatever it may be. You know, it's.
Yeah. And to your point too, had they addressed a lot of this on their direct, it would have taken the sting out of this cross-examination. But now they're going to try to go back and clean it up, which is probably going to draw more attention to it and just come across as now they're on the defensive, which the prosecution, by the way, should never find themselves.
Right.
Now they find themselves on the defensive, trying to explain and unravel what are, you know, some of them really important points, some of them not so big, but he's going to have to somehow rehabilitate this witness. Otherwise, this is now the defense's witness.
100%, you know, and it I don't know how he's going to do it. And like you said, like the biggest takeaway from that is going to be the fact that they're going to have to delve back into this stuff again in order to try to rehabilitate it if they can. You know, it's like, because in theory, look, Lally's not allowed to talk to Albert when he's off the stand. Like he can't be chatting with him right now. He can't be saying, man, you're screwing up here, man. What are you doing? You're killing the case. He can't be having any conversations. And this is definitely going to go into lunch. This cross, I fully anticipate it's going to keep going into that point. He can't talk to him then either. It's like once the witness has been sworn in on the stand, there's no chatting with him. There's no going in and trying to say, hey, look, man, this is how I need you to try to answer this particular question when I ask it. He's done. He's up there on his own, and Lally's got to be sitting there just like, oh my God, you know, like dreading when his redirects are going to be coming because I just don't know how he's going to fix it.
Yeah, you can almost guarantee that the first question out of AJ's mouth when they get back from this break is going to be, did you talk to the prosecutor? He always asks that. It's a very clever question because regardless of the answer, they're either going to say no, and then it's kind of fine, move on. But if he says yes, then all of a sudden it seems like you said they're conspiring together to clean up his testimony.
Right.
I think if I'm the prosecutor, I am talking to him. And I'm saying, listen, let's, you know, here's the points that are being made. Here's how we're going to talk about it. And what I would always say as a prosecutor is you're going to be asked if we talked. You're going to say, yes, absolutely, we did. And I'm going to tell you right now, all I want you to do is tell the truth on the stand and make sure you mention that. I've had that work out to really great effect in court a couple of times when the defense attorneys do get back into it. But I don't think any of that's taking place right now. I think you're right. I think Lally's like, don't come anywhere near me, sir. Don't let any of the backsplash hit me from what's going on right now.
He's not feeling the warm and fuzzies right now. That's for certain. And it's like that. You know, it's such a distinct and unusual circumstance to be like a trial lawyer and to be sitting there at a table in these circumstances. There's no equivalent to it in any other job, like especially like in a criminal trial where you're just sitting there and your witnesses is going down in flames and there's like little to nothing that you can do about it. And you're just like you said, you're just shifting in your chair and you're readjusting and you're picking your pen up and scribbling a note, and it's just
Bob, you know, and something that you bring up all the time is the state has unlimited resources, essentially. Like, why is he not asking for help? Why is there not another attorney that he could? They have 3 attorneys on the defense. He is doing this all by himself. Like, there's no one else in the office that could maybe help him with some of this stuff. Like, maybe do a different, like, be better at cross, or his opening statement wasn't great. And Josh, you know, I kind of asked you, we went to break, but what do you just think about, like, we talked about it, like his presentation is just not compared, particularly compared to the defense, it's repetitive. Like you said, not a lot of emotion. Like, there's no one else in that office that can help.
I know. I mean, listen, I think he's a very capable attorney. I think he's obviously knows the case. He knows what he wants to get out. He's systematically going through the evidence. But the biggest point that I criticize him on is just the lack of kind of enthusiasm that he seems to be manifesting through his behavior. It's like, I don't know how much he cares about this case. You can tell the defense attorneys care. You can tell if you weren't even able to understand what Jackson is saying, you understand he believes this man to be a liar.
Right.
I don't think you get any of that feeling from Lally as far as him even being fully convinced of his own case. And that is picked up by jurors. You know, that's 100%. A large part of communication, and that's picked up by them. And that's my biggest knock on him is it's just, he seems like he's phoning the whole thing in. And I don't know,
it's interested.
He could care about this very passionately, but it doesn't come across.
It could just be his style. I granted, I've never seen him try a case before, but you know, like out of the gate with just the opening statements, he just, and it's not just tone and tenor, it's just kind of the lack of any kind of enthusiasm. And I'm not talking that he has to be like a rah, overly animated, you know, attorney out there, because some attorneys are incredibly effective that don't do that at all. I happen to be a pretty animated attorney in terms of when I litigate. It's just, you know, I am who I am. You know what I mean? But in terms of giving the appearance to the jury that you're passionate in some sense about the case matters. And your point is so well taken, because the one thing that you know about Jackson and Yannetti is that they care. And it's evident, you know, it's like, and just all of their crosses have been just so well planned out. You know, I mean, clearly everyone on both sides, like you said, knows the facts of the case. But in terms of prepping for these cross examinations and driving home these points that you're trying to drive home and trying to win little points, you know, on repeat. And like you said, like Jackson's just the master of being able to elongate this, you know, these painful little victories that he's trying to get with inconsistent statements to where they seem like they're massive to a juror. You know, like, oh my God, this guy went at him for like 10 minutes and, you know, just to get him to say no, you know, that's what, like, it's super effective on jurors, you know, and ultimately I think where it's going to land, because coming out of the kind of the end of the day at Friday, my feeling was that neither side, and it's a credit to the defense that I feel this way, that neither side has proven that either Karen Reed or anybody in that house did something that caused John O'Keefe's death. That's where I'm at mentally right now. Now, like, that's stripping away everything that I know coming into the case. That's me trying to be objective, pretending like I'm a juror who maybe doesn't have any knowledge prior to the trial starting of anything that's been going on with this case. Just objectively, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, all right, like I see where the defense is going with this thing, that maybe something happened in that house. And I see where the state or the Commonwealth is going, that she hit him with the car, but I haven't seen any proof of it either way from either side, which left me on Friday literally trying to come up with a third plausible theory, which I think I did. Like, to be honest with you, I mean, that wound on the back of his head, which is the most substantial wound he he has on his person, to me, looks like somebody whose both feet went out from underneath him and smashed his head on the concrete or the driveway. It's perfectly placed. You know, I'm talking one of those, whoa, you know, you're up in the air, your feet are up, there's no breaking your fall, and he cracks his head on the back. The issue becomes the injuries to the arm, you know, but I can think of ways that happened. If he's like, if Chloe's not good with people and Chloe like goes at him a little bit and he's got his arm up and she's like, you know, and people are like, oh, well, they tested it and there's no canine DNA. I'm like, well, I don't know if those are just scratches and not bite marks, because they look like scratches to me. They really do. They look like a dog scratch. Like I have one on my arm from my dog right here. You can see it. It's much, my guy's much more gentle. Yeah. You know, but like, because like, remember, these are just theories. I beat people over the head with the concept that in any case, you have a theory by the state because they weren't there when it happened. The cops weren't there. The prosecuting attorney wasn't there when the thing happened, and neither were the defense attorneys. What they're doing is they're taking the evidence that was collected by law enforcement, they're parsing it, and then they're developing a theory, and that's all it is. Like neither one of these things has to be true. And the longer this thing goes, the more I kind of feel like that maybe neither one of these things happened. Maybe, like, do I think that O'Keefe went in the house? Yeah. I think that he definitely could have. Do I think that it necessarily had to break out into like a fight where they're rolling him, knocking him out, and then dragging him out into the yard? Not thinking he's dead, but thinking that he'll get up and he'll stumble off home. You know, like I can see a world in which he came in. Chloe got a little overzealous, and O'Keefe's like, yeah, you know what? Like, I'm good, man. I'm fine. I'm gonna take off. You know, thank you. And walking down the side driveway, slips, cracks his head, is able to kind of get up, stumbles, and then ultimately passes out 10 yards from where he slipped. Yeah, I mean, there's other explanations to me that exist in this world, and I'm just wondering if I'm thinking it, knowing everything that I know and have heard about this case, what could potentially be going through the jury's mind? I don't know. I don't know. It's a fascinating.
I agree with you. And what you're describing is that you are in a state of confusion and you're in a state of not quite knowing. And that is where the defense thrives, right? Because what you're not at is at any point of being beyond a reasonable doubt of anything.
Exactly.
So if you're confused at the end of the day, and again, there's a lot of trial to be had, but if the jurors feel anything like you do, they're sitting there going, I don't know what happened. If I don't know what happened, that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. And I got to walk this person. I have to vote not guilty if I'm not sure what could have happened. If any of these scenarios that the defense is promoting, prosecution, or a third scenario that they're coming up with, just like you, if that's all going through their heads, then they are not beyond a reasonable doubt on anything. And they have to be at an acquittal.
Yeah. And one thing I think that is consistent, I agree, like we have, theories, different theories that could be, but I think one thing that's consistent is a lot of the witnesses have been evasive. And if this is like just a lot of, I think, Alan Jackson, you've done an excellent job where you're just, I think, I could be wrong, but I just think if you're a jury member, you're like, why are they not being, let's talk about Katie McLaughlin, who very clearly, I mean, they didn't get all the stuff in, but they might be getting in with Caitlin Albert, but these witnesses are being evasive. They don't want to say that the kids were in I think it's coming out today that he clearly didn't want to say that their kids were there and I think it was a good point. Like, did you not want them in there because maybe there's going to be an investigation and you kind of wanted to keep them out of it? Right. To me, a lot of the witnesses,
which is a reasonable answer.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not trying to get my kids involved with any of this if it's going on like swirling around us. It's like keep my kids out of it. Yeah, they were around, but like they weren't a part of it all. Like I don't even consider them because I think that was like Julie's answer. Like I didn't consider Colin to be a part of the party or the gathering. Like I mean, he was there independently. So when they asked, I mean, it was a reasonable answer, as to why she may not have named him. Like I didn't think that it was crazy, but again, Josh, how long can you hang, man? Like Tiffany said that you were
Yeah,
Short-
I got some more time here.
Okay.
I'd like to see some more of this cross. I hate to leave.
Beautiful. All right.
I'll
So
let you know when I got to bounce.
Wait till you see any
awesome.
photographs.
All right. So you're starting back up. I'll fire it back up here.
And by the way, folks, we can thank Josh for being here, taking the time out of his schedule to hang here and give this information by subscribing to his
great he is.
channel.
Robert,
Appreciate
did you
that.
speak with
Appreciate
anybody,
that.
right?
I was so excited to have him up.
Just my attorney.
All right. Wait,
May I approach?
I'm
Yes.
muted it. And you guys can see why I wanted him on. He's like, and when we do his true crime dailies, I mean, these are the conversations
Mr.
we
Albert.
have. So you should definitely be checking that out. Courtroom
If you could,
Confidential,
please
his new
Tell
channel.
me if you recognize
Definitely
what's
be
depicted
checking
in
that out.
photograph.
Thank you, guys.
All right, I want to just rewind it.
All right, are we all squared away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, did you speak with anybody at the break about your testimony?
Just my attorney.
May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at this photograph, Mr. Albert. If you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I would have asked to have this marked as next in order.
Hey, I need you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If I ever saw,
Thank you.
you can always learn from other attorneys. If you see a technique you like, yeah, you adopt it 100%.
Yes.
Move to publish, Robert?
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does. Yes.
Okay, I'm
Bulkhead.
gonna direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that?
No.
Tell me what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Doorknob?
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs,
Yes.
and that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in
Oh,
that
thank you,
photograph, it
Charlotte.
was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I'd ask that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
Exhibit 69.
Alan has learned he better take down that thing on the screen
Mr.
before the judge yells.
Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
Court permission?
Yes.
Pause. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go and play the video. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate.
Okay. And what does that gate open up to?
To the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes, the downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself also looks different.
Okay, so, but it is
But it is the stairway, yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
Dragging John O'Keefe's lifeless body, opening the gate. Oh, poop. Yeah, let's put him right over there by the flagpole. It's effective. It's effective.
Wow.
Effective demonstrative evidence.
If the jury didn't know where they were going with this thing, they sure do now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much more effective than just showing a map or a photograph too.
100%.
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring the lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
That it was the Albert home.
Yes.
Objection,
The fact
1979
is,
wasn't that long
you
ago.
listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it, yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
16. Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing, actually. We contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022.
Got it.
So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective, is that right?
Yes.
Not just a regular patrol officer, you have to have special training to get to the rank of detective, is that right?
Yes.
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective, is that right?
Yes.
You have experience and training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
Yes, there's civil service tests for the rank, but yes.
And you've investigated crimes, I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature?
No,
You've never investigated anything like that?
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded obviously to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes,
as well as a detective.
yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes, yes,
you're also trained in techniques, obviously any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. To cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
no,
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct, no.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene?
No,
Objection.
What the answer stand?
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
no,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
So things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously.
Yes, yes,
Clearly. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
yes,
So you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in
About to get in some phone
January
data.
2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar.
By the way, Bob, they used solo cups and Stop and Shop evidence bags as evidence, so maybe he's not lying about the training. Like maybe he's being truthful that they don't have a lot of training. You know.
So when we went to the MacGyver school of basically putting together a crime scene, they taught us about using the solo cups and the shop and save bags because you got to work with what you got. Yeah, like the concept of him not having any trail. Like the one question I may have asked is like, well, you would agree with me, sir, that typically criminals are trying to cover their tracks, correct? Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, yes. You know who you I keep doing that yes thing because we used to have an old baseball announcer named Hawk Harrelson who was a Boston guy. And that was one of his catchphrases. Like whenever he says yes, it reminds me exactly of when Hawk Harrelson would say yes. Yes. It's like it finally dawned on me like, oh yeah, they're both from Boston. That's why.
No, he was from Boston. You could put that on the board. That's him, right? You could put
Put
that
it
on the board.
Yeah, I mean, no one came up with better nicknames for players than Hawk. I mean, all of them stuck.
Better than Harry Carey?
Harry was like just generally amazing. Like I don't know that his like I liked Harry Carey's calls better because he was like in early, like when he was younger, he was always shit faced by like the seventh.
Oh, we gotta have a break here. We gotta discuss this a little more.
Oh, see now, Josh, it irritates me that when she excuses the jury, that she just doesn't let us hear what the issue is. Like, why not let us, the observers, hear what the issue is, hear what the arguments are? Like, I don't understand that. Doesn't make any sense.
I think she is very sensitive to how this is being watched in the media, and it sounds like she's got some reason for that. I mean, people are lined up outside of the courtroom with signs, and you've got bloggers
Right, and I am
infiltrating the
going to
courtroom.
see if his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the courtroom.
May I step up for a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh, Lally got a haircut over the weekend.
Is he talking about Brian's separate counsel right now? Is that what she's talking about here?
Maybe.
So this phone thing is, I guess they're trying to. He did something with his phone. He destroyed his phone or something. We're getting into some stuff.
Sounds like going towards.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think he was required to turn over a phone at some point. I don't know if it was the phone, because Jackson and Nettie were obviously desperately trying to get their hands on all of their devices, everybody in that house. Obviously when the federal investigation took place, that helped them massively in terms of being able to get things that they hadn't been able to previously get through the judge here. So,
I mean, think about so not only we got that the levels of this case. We got hearings now with Brian's lawyer on Friday. We had a hearing with Aiden Turtle Boy's lawyers. I mean, just all the stuff they have to deal with in this case. It's wild.
Turtle Boy made some tweet. He's like, they made me so famous today. He's like, they just had an entire hearing about me during the hearing or during the trial. He's like, for as much as they hate me, they're like, like they've made me so famous. Thank you. And he's right. I mean, they've like blown his profile up. I mean, it's like if it was a purposeful move by Aiden, it was brilliant.
I'll go off the bench.
All right.
What's going on? Well, she decided to leave. Bye.
That was weird.
Take care now, Judge. Yeah. So it's it's been a great morning. It's been the cross is everything I was hoping it would be. It's definitely he's definitely taking care of some business.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. When I was, I'll tell it's not even an anecdote, but when I was working with Alan, one of the mantras he always had is if you're, as a defense attorney, if your client is not the villain, if you are standing up in front of that jury and saying my client is not the one who did this, my client's not the villain, you got to give them a villain, the jurors. And this is an incredible example of that. He has made the police department the villain, and this witness in particular is coming across as having a bunch to hide and all of these motives. And isn't it true, sir, that you in fact are trained on how to cover up a crime scene, and all of this type of stuff is painting this poor gentleman, however you feel about this case, as being the villain. And it's just if you had just sat down to watch this trial, starting with this witness, direct and cross, I think that your feelings on this is far more, this man has something to hide, than Karen Reed was involved in this man's death.
Absolutely. And Josh, if you could, let me tell the folks about your channel, what you do on. Oh, we're coming back. Hold on one second.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can have a voir dire.
Albert, you are currently represented by Mr. Hinney.
Yes.
Seated behind me. Gentleman in the,
Yes.
in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything you've ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022 at the state grand jury?
No, prior to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure of the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Well, did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say I believe so. Right around that time, yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it.
Okay. So you did not hire. Well, Your Honor, I think that answers the question. Not represented in 20.
I'm going to see a sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
All right, Josh, while I do sidebar, tell the folks about your channel and people subscribe now.
Yeah, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been doing a podcast with True Crime Daily for a few years now, and I just wanted to start my own side project called Courtroom Confidential. We do a weekly show every Friday that kind of recaps, all of the cases that you folks have been following. This case, Karen Reed, Weinstein, anything that's kind of making headlines. We get into that weekly. But then throughout the week, we try to come out with special episodes. Tomorrow, we've got a special episode coming out about David Knezovich. This is the gentleman that's now been arrested for kidnapping his wife out of Spain. Really fascinating story, a lot of intrigue. But yeah, it's a new project. Please, I encourage everybody to check it out and subscribe. I'm very proud of the work that we're putting into on it. And again, while I have the opportunity, I wanted to thank this entire community, Defense Diaries community, for allowing me to come on and be a part of it. You guys have an incredible interest in all of this stuff, and I've been watching some of the comments on chat. It's really great to see the involvement and how much people care about this and are paying attention and involved in it. So thank you guys again.
It's our pleasure, and it's both of our communities, Jay and I, and we met funny enough over Twitter during the Murdoch trial. And like we were kind of tweeting at each other, and I thought he was hilarious, and so I hit him up and we just started chatting. We formed a great friendship, and then over the past months we've just building this community together, and we just think it's the best that there is out there, as you can see, and there's just no better way to describe it than to kind of read it yourself in terms of
right. And you're going to see
the chat.
You're going to see subscriptions. You're going to see comments. Our folks know how to help the channel. So folks do all that stuff, podcast, 5-star reviews, all the things. Follow on Twitter. You're going to see that.
Thank you guys.
Amazing.
Thank you.
And we're super appreciative you were here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone, destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with permission.
Yes.
Guys, I don't think the jury's back.
No, this is still voir dire.
Not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following. Quote, you, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I
Right,
know you
well-
want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was it Mr. Lowry alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us, please?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week.
Thanks, Mel.
I don't have that phone anymore.
No.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and went about your business
Yes.
without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone. You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir, but the phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long do you have a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years.
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
Multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it, you know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So
that's a backup.
no, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did, no.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Sure.
See, the iPhone 14 had just come out, so I had to go into my AT&T store and get the new update. I don't know.
They had the emojis. You could look like an animal. I had to get it. I needed the phone.
Like we need a caveman cop like did by Phil Hartman with Caveman Cop. I mean,
he's just a sergeant. He doesn't know anything about deleting evidence, guys. Give him some. He has no idea.
At some point, you indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, there's personal stuff on my phone. But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it.
Why would you assume that?
Because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir. Correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
This is
That's
brutal.
all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, you are.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
Yeah. Go clean. I'm going to let this witness. Oh, he was just destroyed. I'm going to give him a little break so he can recollect his thoughts. Holy cow. That was
I'm going to go let this witness take his last rites real quick.
Oh, man. God.
Oh, man.
That was painful.
Wow.
That was painful.
And it's, the only sad part is that was all without the jury present. I mean, that was some of the most brutal stuff we've seen all morning, and the jury didn't get to see any of that.
I mean, and that's what the judge is determining, whether or not he put enough up there in order for this to be relevant to the jury. I think he certainly did. What do you think?
Yeah, I can't imagine why she wouldn't think it's relevant. I mean, especially too, if they had sent out this preservation letter, that's what they're talking about, is that the defense had basically sent out letters to everybody involved saying, don't get rid of anything. And now it sounds like, here's the part about it where the prosecution is dropping the ball again. They should have someone lined up to say whether or not upgrading your phone destroys a bunch of data. But you've got this poor guy who has no idea, and he's, getting all caught up sideways from AJ's cross-examination, basically admitting, maybe perhaps a bunch of stuff was lost, and that's all they need. The second they get that answer, I upgraded it, and I don't know if anything was lost or not. That's it. That's all he needs out of this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, in this, it plays perfectly into this whole concept that, he's been a cop for 30 years and he never had any training regarding, the ways in which criminals try to cover their tracks or, destroy evidence. Or it's like what juror in what world in this, world of true crime and SVU and all the law and orders and all the stuff that exists out there thinks that these cops aren't trained in terms of, or just how their general mindset is. Like that's their default mode, is to think, okay, this is what this guy did to try to cover his tracks. I mean, that's the job. It's quite literally the job. So yeah, I don't know. It's like you said, Josh, he's certainly not admitting to anything, which we knew that he wouldn't. But man, he's coming off like a turd. He's just coming off as a slimy, lying cop, and the jury's got to be wondering why.
Yeah.
Like, what are you hiding, dude? Like, what are you hiding?
Yeah, jurors might give a witness a lot of leeway, and they might excuse a lot of oversights and, you know, misspeaking prior and not remembering things. But when you start to pile those all up and present the jurors at looking at this witness through the defense's lens, which is this guy's not being truthful, this guy's a liar, this guy's involved in a conspiracy, they're going to start to view all of those perhaps innocent oversights as some sort of diabolical conspiracy. That, you know, now you've got this guy who upgraded his phone, which we all do all the time, and it's a totally innocent thing to go ahead and upgrade your phone. But if this comes out in front of the jury, they're going to start looking at it like, no, that wasn't upgrading your phone. That was destroying evidence because you're hiding something, sir, because you snuck this guy out the side door of your house and dumped him by the flagpole. I mean, it's just like, that's
the bulkhead.
exactly where they want them going with all this. Yeah.
Did you drag him out of the bulkhead door? I mean, like, timing is everything. Timing is everything. You know, the fact that, you know, they rehouse Chloe, the fact that he's upgrading his phone, the fact that the house is sold, all within weeks of this thing going down. It's just the timing does not work well for the state's case in chief. You know, I mean, that's what the issue is. And it's a credit to Jackson and Yannetti that they saw it immediately. You know, it's like I love those, like, kind of those moments when you're going through discovery and you think that you figured something out. You know, you're like, oh my God, like, look at this guy, like, they sold the house. They got rid of their beloved dog. Oh my God. Like, he went and like upgraded his phone, destroyed all the evidence on his phone, you know, and at that point, they weren't even being looked at. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, like, Brian Albert knew that he wasn't being looked at because his boy Proctor is the one leading the investigation. Like, it seems when you're looking at it in the lens of, like, he doesn't even really think he has anything to be worried about, really, because of the nature of the investigation as it's progressing. But now he's coming off as overly cautious. You know, like, why are all these things happening? On top of the fact that it doesn't appear that they're even investigating you. You know, they didn't come into your house and investigate. Yeah, they came in and asked some questions. Lank came in and asked some questions. Sounds like it was like, you know, and look, you and I have both dealt with, and that's one of the things about being a prosecutor that you can really have a greater understanding of the relationship between cops, because, you know, prosecutors work hand in hand with their cops. Their cops are their people. They protect their cops. That is their literal arm of their investigative, you know, ability to be, you know, whatever they need. They say, all right, look, this is what we got. This is what we need. I need you guys out there trying to find me this evidence because this is the one thing our case is lacking. So having kind of that behind the veil view of what goes on with cops, like, you can imagine what that conversation was like between Lank and a Boston cop who he knows, who's his buddy, you know, that morning. It's very casual. This isn't like if they're coming into my house and they find a dead body on my front lawn. I'm not imagining I'm having a comfortable conversation, even if I didn't do anything. I'm like, wait, you found a body on my yard? What? You know, it's like, it was a very different thing that was going on in that house. So,
Bob, do you have the I don't think your thing is on live. I think they're back.
Oh shit, it is. Let me see if I'm.
And while Bob gets this, folks, we have a significant amount of people who are watching on Twitter. Make sure you're subscribed to Josh's Twitter, which is at Joshua Ritter ESQ, because we can't share the links in there, or we don't know how to yet. But
yeah, and I tagged him in a bunch of tweets. Like,
oh yeah, me too. I retweeted too, so make sure you check those out.
Thank you, guys.
Of course.
Surprised he didn't change his shirt after
Jackson,
all
go
of
right
that.
ahead.
He might have changed his pants.
Yeah.
Or put on an adult diaper.
By the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September.
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following. Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117 has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just determined I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
Uh-oh. She didn't see it. She's not happy about that.
She doesn't like secrets.
No.
Not in my courtroom, gentlemen.
Are we assuming the jury's back here, by the way?
No, I don't think the jury is back. Just from the way they're conducting themselves, it seems like this is still that hearing.
Yeah, but like I was thinking the same thing, but that first question kind of seemed like he was starting from the get. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if the jury's back. Does anybody know? Like, I'm not sure if they're back either.
Some folks are saying jury is back. That's why it sucks when they like don't show some stuff sometimes. Everyone's saying the jury is back, so I guess we'll see.
Okay.
I guess Boston Dizzy says Boston News says jury back. Thank you, Dizzy.
Thank you, Dizzy. Yeah, I think we all agree we'd like to see the pimply faced kid from the Geek Squad come in and testify.
I immediately thought of that kid on The Simpsons. You know, they always have that pimply faced kid whose voice cracks. That was my first thought.
Yeah. Ajax gonna take some heat from all the Best Boy Geek Squad guys.
Who's this guy?
Who are these men?
Madam, yes, I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
What rephrase the question, please?
This order was just stipulated. This order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total. correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Or could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yikes.
Sustained.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yowzer.
Happy birthday. Now answer the question.
You were
He's
asked
firing
at
on
another
all
hearing
pistons right now.
Yeah.
in June of 2023.
It's blood in the water, though, you know?
That exact
You got
question,
blood in the water.
correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you're both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Oh.
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
When you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones, when do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you read.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
The new emojis.
So I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm
The heck
asking
do you
have
mean?
ever
The heck do you mean?
had a conversation with Brian
Margo.
Higgins about
Yes, you
your
don't know.
phones, respectively.
We may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why in June of 2023 did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote.
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end
Right.
quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
All right, let's shift gears.
He's thinking, thank God.
Oh my
Man, this is rough.
Before I shift gears,
wait, I'm not shifting yet.
Oh God.
Gonna put it back
you're
in
aware that
neutral.
Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian Higgins,
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I'd like to shift gears, talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police, did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, and 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
Just say yes. Come on.
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No,
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
no,
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
no,
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
yes,
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
yes,
You're a combat veteran?
yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes,
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
no.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes,
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, right?
yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could, yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase it.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past and I've trained to box, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've hit a heavy bag,
Right.
but I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
I've hit a heavy bag. If you hit a heavy bag,
In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You were, in fact, no.
That they were featured in a show? No.
You're never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't
Oh
suggesting that
my.
you were having like a paper.
Come on,
Okay.
man.
Is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring,
Yes.
sparring.
I haven't seen a video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Play the clip.
Starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half.
oh, we're going back to the waterfall.
Can you enhance that? Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You go ahead and play that.
The portly one is Brian Higgins, though. I just want to be clear about that. I'm the much more svelte, well-trained guy. The other guy, that's Brian Higgins. Yeah, see, this thing, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you. But at this point, he's just having fun with this guy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's squirming. I mean, to be honest, there's nothing better than, getting a cop squirming up on the stand if you're a defense lawyer. It's like, it's your favorite thing.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Would you,
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
He showed you the clip and?
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation, you've given him an
Yeah,
explanation for it.
right. I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
Just fooling around.
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Okay. Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Okay. Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing. We
Got into a
just,
fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? You tell you talking.
yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down, pulled your pant legs up, and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having a low center of gravity, correct?
That would know that's indicating being silly.
Okay. And
That's
then at
not.
some point, when you're being silly, you then fake a right punch toward him,
Just
correct?
a couple
I
silly
didn't notice
gooses.
that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds.
Judge, that was just horseplay. That's, it's horseplay. That's all it is, horseplay.
Pause it.
Nah, Kimmy, we think the jury's back in there.
Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this.
See, I think this is giving Albert a huge breather, getting him away from the phone, taking him back out of the house, going back to the old waterfall,
He's more comfortable talking about this.
Right?
Oh boy.
You see what you just did?
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No,
Is
I
that a
don't think.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of a control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No. That's just that
If
silly.
I'm being honest, I'm
fooling
giving
around
him a
with my
reach
buddy.
around right there. If you're gonna force me to give the answer, Jesus. Are we in a court of law here? What's going on? Lally, can you do something about this guy?
So, you see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Need to be abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if he made contact or not, but
Mr. Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't.
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Okay, but just a little bit longer. Almost finished.
Are you trying to kill him there, sir?
Let me take that down. Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And is there another video? Do
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
That was just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
Uh-oh. Are we back? I think we had some chat says it's still going. I think we just having some that was just me and Josh. Hold on, folks. Let me try to share the screen here. Share screen. I think Bob's having some connectivity issues. Let me
Then at restaurants, and at bars, then at a get together at your house. And when you go to bed, You don't charge your phone?
No, I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids, and you know, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it?
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries?
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
And what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in the bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be any assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
Now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Yes.
Got it. Your phone have a ringer on it?
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah, depends on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All
I
right,
s-
so that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses?
Yes.
And Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you?
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
Kinda like-
Oh boy,
All right. How long have you used
butt dials.
an iPhone?
A long time.
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw it.
That was a dig at the judge.
Previously at a different hearing in June of 2023, that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, "I'm not totally sure." Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Oh man.
Is it your testimony? Let me just ask. Is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
System.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly. Oh, sorry. I have just one. Yes.
Just waiting for Lally to throw the white towel. Just give it up. Just let him be.
Fringe factor has gone through the roof.
Oh man.
Sir, I just want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13, and then let me know when you're prepared.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that
Just the first part of that.
Bucati.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Didn't she have a terrible migraine? I thought she had a terrible.
Was that her or
was that her?
or Julie?
I can't
May I
remember.
approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
Who had the terrible
Well,
migraine?
With the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
By the way, I know.
That was Chris's wife
Yeah,
when
I know.
Colin came home.
I know the jury can't talk to each other, but I'm sure they're probably gonna make some faces at each other as they leave today. They're like, so they go to lunch, like, oh,
Oy, yikes!
holy jeez. That is a tight room that they're in, folks. This is. Imagine we're feeling uncomfortable. Can you imagine being in that room right now? Jeez.
Yeah, I think I actually lost internet there for a second. Is what happened. It wasn't a button push.
What tipped you off, Bob?
That's a 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your
That you completely
recollection
went off
through this,
that our
with
entire
the
screen
court's
went black.
permission,
I was gone.
let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right, I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct, yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before, yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right, and you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length. And that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail? And then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it, I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone and somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect, yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call.
Okay.
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer. What do you mean?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? If your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call, yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
System.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You'd get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
System.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
the phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have voice, face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second. The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page or the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but.
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
Yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Why?
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
42 in the morning.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time?
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well, you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
I want to see both of us.
Oh, we got a sidebar. Holy crap. This is unbelievable.
She's about to wrap him on the knuckles a little bit, I think, for that.
Yeah, his little comment there. I got in trouble for that kind of shit all the time.
Again, though, I'm amazing. I mean, we've spent what, 15 minutes or something on a butt dial? I mean, it's incredible.
I mean, we could spend all day on butt dialing now. Right?
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying it could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can You can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes,
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I
don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You would agree that a 22-second
Touching
call
your
from Brian
butt.
Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes,
Chloe was in the closet.
but Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no,
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me, end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote, I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I don't-
I'll allow this, and this is-
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone. You're aware of that as well.
Yes,
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jim McCabe about 6:30, correct?
yes,
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
no,
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you're awake and you're up, you
Right,
started making calls.
right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes,
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
yes,
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
yes,
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m. Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
Trying to find it.
Take your time.
What time are you referring to?
3:24 p.m.
I see it. Yes.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. Speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. Spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day. Spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls. No.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There are a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you've just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
Going into a jury, we're going to send the jury out. Chris, actually, why don't we take the license? I'll see come to the side now.
Wow.
All right, please.
Wowza.
Wow. Yeah, he's going at him. He's going at him hard. All right. Meg had asked this question. And thank you for that $10 hollow. We appreciate that. Can having no specialized training, can this affect Brian Albert's past cases or become an appeals issue? Josh, I'm going to let you go ahead and answer that one.
I think what Meg is asking is what's happening here on the stand going to cause a problem for cases that he may have handled in the past? If I'm reading that right,
I think that's what she meant.
And specifically him testifying that he's never had any training.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I mean, no. In actuality, no. I mean, you're seeing a guy kind of go down in flames here, but I don't think there's anything coming out of it that's going to affect
All right,
things he
so we'll
may
have the
handled
luncheon
in the
recess.
past.
All right. Let's see.
You
I
are
agree.
muted.
So they taking lunch? Is that what they're
Yeah,
doing?
I don't know if they're going like for an hour or if they're going till 2, but they are in fact taking lunch. That's for sure.
All right. Yeah, because I mean she went late, right? So that means they'll come back around 1:40. I
Yeah,
guess.
if it's an hour lunch, yeah, I would say it's that should be right.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I don't know how much more Jackson has to do here. I mean, seems like he's still got more. I don't know.
Yeah, but I imagine he appreciates this break because, again, to our point we were talking about earlier, now they're going into lunch thinking about nothing but how he basically chopped apart this guy for the whole morning session. And I imagine he's going to go back and regroup with his team and come up with some real clever digs for after the lunch hour as well. So
Yeah, that's for certain. That's for certain. He and it's funny, like, you know, looking on Twitter, I've seen a couple people like viewing it as Jackson is struggling on the cross, and I'm like, oh, I don't know about that one. Yeah, it's you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. You know,
yeah,
that's I mean, to me, it's been a very effective morning for the defense. I mean, he's certainly. Well, I mean, like you said, Josh, early on, no one expects Brian Albert to get on the stand and admit that John O'Keefe was in his house. Like the defense knows that's not happening. You know, Brian Albert knows that that's not happening. So, I mean, the way that you kind of attack that, because those kind of gotcha moments where you get somebody to just crumble on the stand and make some kind of admission, those are TV and movie moments. Those don't happen in real life. So, you know, you do exactly what Alan Jackson is doing is you pick them apart piece by piece, you know, just try to show, look, this guy's not credible. You can't believe what this guy's saying. He lies about all kinds of little things. And he's done that very effectively. You know,
there's stuff going on. If you didn't think there was stuff going on behind the scenes of these characters involved in this before today, I don't know how you couldn't think that now if you're on the jury. Like, it may not have anything to do with I mean, with what happened. But if you don't think, you know, the butt dial, the deleting, the getting rid of the phone, if you don't think this man, I mean, this guy's not 95 years old and doesn't realize when he hands in his phone and gives it to someone, they're like, oh, it's all like, he's like, oh, I didn't know. Like, come on.
It's going to come from the cloud. What's the cloud? I don't. Oh, my contacts show back.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, but you're right, Jay. Like, what otherwise would look like innocent coincidence has now been turned into a bunch of suspicion. You're right. I mean, I think the defense, well, however you want to look at it, depending on how much you believe of their theory here, but if you're from the prosecution, they took some very lucky developments for the defense. The fact that they got rid of the phone, the fact that they sold the house, the fact that they got rid of the dog, all of these things are just kind of life events that happen anyways. And that they've been able to turn all of those into, isn't that suspicious? Well, isn't that suspicious? And doesn't that make you go? And to your point, Jay, that at the end of this, you're going, wait a minute, what was this guy up to? Why is all of this happening coincidentally, quote unquote, after this man dies on your lawn?
Yeah, I mean, timing is everything. It really is. It's like when you have those kind of things occurring, you know, because until the trial started, I didn't know that he had been thinking about listing the house prior to the event, you know, so that came out at trial, which helps. It helps that situation, you know, because when I'm hearing about it coming into the trial, it makes it seem like, oh, well, Jesus, he sells the house right after this thing occurs. How sus can you get? And, you know, to find out that, well, you know, he'd been talking to a realtor, but then you find out, you know, he sold it for undervalue, you know, in a seller's market, which is strange, you know. I mean, it's you know, so yeah, it's been a fascinating morning, man. And
but to your point, Bob, why didn't we hear about all of that on direct? Why didn't they walk us through all of this so that this was not some big gotcha moment for the
Jay's
defense?
been saying, man, like you
almost every witness this happens, almost, and I feel bad for the witness. They're just led out to the slaughter. Almost every single witness, there's a gotcha moment or something where it's like the jury's like, wait, what?
Right. You got to front all that. It's like we all know our bad facts going into a case, like no matter which side you're on. And those are the things that you spend the most time, frankly, preparing for heading into trial. How are we going to handle this bad fact? What are we going to do to try to mitigate this thing? You know, do we front it on the front end and come up with some kind of reasonable explanation? Yes, you do. That's how you try to mitigate it, by fronting it. And they just, Lally has not done it with, like Jay said, with any of the witnesses. It's always just, we know what's coming. We're just waiting for when it's going to happen, because he sure the hell didn't bring it up on direct. And then boop, here it comes. And, you know, the witnesses are always stuck there, like uncomfortably answering questions, you know, all the head scratches and the ear tugs and all the shit that you get with, you know, body language that shows discomfort. You know, we've seen it on repeat, and it's been, and, you know, to be a fly on the wall in jury deliberations, like I always say, that would be like that would be an amazing show, or like a YouTube channel. Like if you could somehow like get in on jury deliberations, how great would that be? Like, you know, just 12 angry people, you know, that's what we'd call the channel. You know, just be so good. But yeah, it's been, so you've been amazing, man. We thank you, gave us more time than I thought I was going to get of you.
No, thank you guys so much. This was, I had an absolute blast. I really appreciate you inviting me on. This was fun. It was fun to watch this with folks and interact with you all and hear everybody's comments. So I again, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for including me in your community. Thank you everyone to the community for being so welcoming. I really enjoyed it. Thank you guys again. I guess I got to get back to my actual life now. So
hey, and just know you have a standing invite. Anytime you want to jump in the next few weeks, just let me know, because we'll love to have you, man. And everybody, so I'm serious. I already checked. I know what Josh's numbers, his subs were prior. I'm going to be checking. We expect everybody to be subbing to this channel. It's great. It's great content. You guys will love it. And as you can tell, he's an incredibly bright guy.
And if you're on the replay crew, it's in the description. I want to say that because they might not be in the chat. But if you're on the replay crew, just check the description of the chat, you know, of this show, and it'll be his links are in there.
Yep. So thanks, Josh, man. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks so much. Take care. Good to see you, everybody.
You too, man. Take care. All right, so we'll do our lunch break. Get a little.
What time you got for Sarge?
So Sarge, let's see, and yeah, everybody, the hits keep on coming. Joey Giacalone, our boy, is going to be jumping around. He said 12:31 at the latest. He's obviously keeping an eye, so I'm hoping Joe will be with us from the get. Right when we fire back up after lunch. I'll message him now and we will get rolling. So Jay, I'll set it for what? What do you think?
I guess
1:45, 1:40 your time.
Yeah, I would say 1:40. Yeah, I'm guessing that's when they took a break at 12:40 my time.
Beautiful. And thank you, Meg. I saw these wonderful DD podcast memberships you gifted out. Thank you so much for that. As always, thank you to all the new members who've jumped on. I guess I broke 17K while we were going, Jay. So that's cool.
Nice. Man. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody.
Love it.
That's awesome.
So thank you to our mods. I had Dizzy and Mandy working up thumbnails, asking Dizzy to come on, you know, work with us backstage here, get us a little bigger. And the imageries, as always, they kill it. All of our mods out there that are keeping the chat nice and clean and sweet. We appreciate you more than you'll ever know. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. Make sure you come back after lunch. And if you're on Twitter or X, come on over to YouTube. Just do it. join in the chat. We love our chat. We brag about our chat all the time because it's brag worthy. And
Josh could tell. He could tell. Our guests always say that. Like they always say. So that's you guys doing that. You're subscribing. You're doing all the things, and we appreciate
that. Is all you guys. Like Jay and I, we'll throw a snarky comment in there, but that's y'all just hold that thing up. It's the best in the business. So we love you guys. We'll see you guys in a little under an hour.
Thanks, everybody.
Ciao.